Yeah, what is next? Why below? That is quite different. What the heck? Ooh, wait a minute, this is command line parameter. Application has parameters with an S. Protected application.h. Ooh, what am I doing here? This is socket tip. Yeah. Why do you say that, Spider-Man? I'm just doing non-impressive stuff in my eyes. And for such a short time also that can't know. But the only thing you can see here right now is that I can type fast maybe. Do I want to print argv's here? I think I had a print argv thing. Yeah, here. Hidden in debug stream operators. Okay. Could just call that. Argv. Comma index. It's in the pointer really, so it's like, I don't know, shall I put opsol? Something is wrong. Entering is in quote. quote here and there, argc, that, and etc. Yeah. That doesn't mean that I'm a genius, trust me. Yes, it is Linux. Yeah, well, I get explained, of course, or at least think out loud a little more loud. But the problem is that I try to keep typing while I'm not really sure what I have to do. So I could stare at the ceiling for half an hour and then maybe start typing frantically again. But that would be boring on the stream. So I try to keep typing, but at the same time I'm trying to think what the hell do I have to do? Do I need to do? One of the things that I need to do is I know that my new application needs command line parameters. I need to pass something. I have no idea what yet. But yeah, so that's why I started to copy from an application that I wrote 2 or 3 days ago, this one, Remote Daemon. Which also does parse command line parameters. So I'm just copying some code that is general for parsing command line parameters. But I'm also pretty sure I have fucked up now. It's a mess. It's a total mess. But you can maybe see what the mess is by stopping and then looking at the diff. So the changes that I made is I added parse a single command line parameter and print usage extra. These are virtual and I added them to the base class. That is the same as I have here. Virtual functions for those things in the application base class. So far so good. And these are not pure virtual because there's no equals 0. So they have an implementation and a default implementation. I should copy those as well. And well, one of them returns false and the other one's doing nothing. Let's see if I have that here as well. That then should be in source application.cxx. Might as well go there directly. And yeah. I added that, but this thing is not returning anything. Yeah, what? Return false? It must be a boolean. Could copy that wrong then, I suppose. I don't know. Oh no, wait a minute. This is the parameters with an S. So there must be another one. And there's not another one. But there should be another one. I should have this. I just copied this. I think I did not copy that. And where shall I put it? I don't know. I think I put it so you can look at the header file. I put the new ones below the thread pool reserved threads, which is then here. Let's keeping the same order in the header as in the .cxx file. So yeah, well, copying stuff, and this is basically doing nothing. I think that return false means we don't have any new command line parameters, and therefore also there is nothing to print about the usage, obviously. So these two go together. Now I'm gonna return to the diff. Okay, so now we see that yes, we added this to the base class, application base class, and there is no, well, the derived class can override this. It's a virtual function. If it doesn't, then the default is that the derived class did not add a command line parameter. So we don't have a usage either. So that looks good. And I added a few classes, I think. Well, there's only one thing added. Git status, thing being .cxx file. And that's correct, because there is only one .cxx file being added. That's the end already, wow. Okay, and I also have a header file accompanying that thing, which is going to be derived from application. So including that will all this is derived from application, so this header will include that header. And then I replace application with that new class. And we're going to pass, not calling initialize here, but I'm just going to pass the argv directly to the constructor, because why not? And then I have to make that work, of course. So there must be a constructor for this class. That takes it, and there is no constructor. So yeah, found something else that needs to be done. We can spy here again. This thing is called remount daemon, which is indeed, you see, derived from application. Might as well add a final here. I don't know if that makes any difference in speed, but okay. Means we're not deriving from this class anymore. And then we have a header file. Sorry, I should have a constructor and a destructor, but the constructor takes argc and argv. That's totally missing here. And yeah, it's not called remount daemon here, but socket tab daemon. Destroy the socket tab daemon object and the owned socket server, but there is no, I don't know, socket server. Construct and initialize base application state, and no, also not. Okay, now we still have to implement this thing. I would say it just calls initialize, but not doing that. It's doing more. Well, okay, the socket server is created, but it starts with calling initialize, so you can do that. I do have a CXX file, so I might as well add it here. So I want to call that, which is in the base class from this constructor. So you press F8 switch between .cxx and header file. Very easy. Well, you have to add it, but then it's easy. Okay. Now that should look pretty much like this one. Remount daemon. Call that. Okay. And yeah, I did add this as well. So we need a destructor. I mean, I added it to the header. No, I don't know anymore. I think I just derive from application and then it works. But yeah, there is absolutely no command line decoding going on yet. I think at least it should compile. It is not compiling. It says you can't print. Well, that's something else. Without entering needs a debug channel. Stupid me. Print argv was not declared. Did you mean a debug print argv? Yes. Namespace debug. Okay. Invalid conversion from int to character const pointer. Yeah, that is again a stupidity. This is printing argv, not argc. Yeah, the quick question: do you think with AI it's doable to make a Wayland compositor that? No. AIs can't code at all. They can write small pieces of code that have already been coded before, or at least that look a lot like something that has been coded before. If you ask for something that exists of a lot of little pieces that all have been coded before already, and are somewhere on the internet, then you can get the whole way. But something as specific as a Wayland compositor, that doesn't even exist, one of them. So AI is absolutely not able to be original. No return statement. There was the return false, and there's still missing. Cannot have CV qualifier. In the .cxx file. Undefined symbol, socket tip. Oh, tip daemon is here. Already. Print usage extra. Thought I added it. Oh, I forgot to put class name in front of it. No declaration. So I thought I would have a print extra usage O-stream reference in the socket tab daemon, but print extra usage. That's I'm really stupid. So I just take the error a little bit too literal, I guess. The const should be here. The problem was that I had a const while it was a free function instead of a member function. You can see that I don't read codes. I just look at some keywords here and there. Now it's again the case, because also here I was so stupid to forget to add. This time I do it right. Now it should compile, I think. Finally. I have to think about what command line parameters I want to have. But because I still don't know, I might start with copying from here the command line parameters that this thing thinks are common enough to add it to base class, which would be help version. Less is of course not. Yeah, I'm not going to add those, but you could add help and version maybe. So there is a print usage, which I also didn't add in the application base class, and a print version maybe. Yeah, let's add these. I gotta add that before this. So that should go into application.cxx here. Before that point. I think. Yep. Order doesn't matter, but well, why not keep the order the same everywhere? And this is then printing usage, and then we get the application name followed by the, well, help and version. The rest, not really. That should be all very general. Should work, I think. Do we have an application info in the application? Yes, we have. Let's go top application. And the version returns a standard pair. Yep. Okay, that should totally work. Then I need to declare these two functions as well in the header. And then we put that again right before the parse command line, I suppose. That would be here. In the middle of all the virtual stuff. Nah. Ridiculous. Okay. Print usage and print version. Print usage sits here above run, below initialize. No, could put it here. I don't know. Wherever. No, lower. Git run thread set ID. Except added at the bottom. And then the other one. Wasn't that extra? Extra. That is a virtual function. Huh? The print version. Print usage and print version. Print usage. Extra. Print version. Version is defined privately under parse command line parameters. Well, this one is virtual. Why is this one not virtual? Probably because it shouldn't be virtual. Well, it depends on the implementation. This one is private even. You know what? Let's make this non. Virtual and private even. How many private functions do we already have? Nothing. Okay. Private, and then the new function goes below here because it is also private. Yes. Print version and the print usage. Here, this one is public. Mm-hmm. Lost it again. Print div. Print user, print version. Okay, they're not called, of course, not yet. The header. Let's see, print users here and here, and then parse command line parameters. And not here. That we still need that one. And then we have a print version. That is there. And then do virtual functions. Which are also here. Okay. And then the constructor. So I still need implementation of this one. In the .cxx. Oh, it is here. Parse command line parameter. I don't know what I came for. I think this one is still missing because it's empty, and it shouldn't be because parameters here. It's quite a big function actually. And we're using a throw error here. That's super annoying. I'm checking with sane arguments. Sane argument, I don't have that here. That was because this thing is running as root. So I wanted to be very sure that nothing fishy is going on. It restricts the argument to a maximum length of 256. I'm not going to do that here. So this test is void. Oh, wait a minute. So let's not delete it here. It is void here. Then we get list requested is false. Well, I don't have a list. Then we run over all the arguments one by one. And again, it is we don't do this. If it is help, print usage. This version, print version, and the rest is we don't do. List config and socket, I don't care. And then we call the derived class. And then if list requested, it's not going to happen. There's no list. So that's the end. So yeah, I do have a print usage and a print version already. Need to fix the throw though. No error help requested. Very annoying. Maybe we should keep throw error for this. Just throw an exception. Throw error is yeah, oh boy. This stuff. Do I want to support it? So C++ allows you to use your own custom error codes, which I did implement here. So we have in the daemon namespace we have the error C enum, I think, enum class with all kinds of errors. You can add your own errors. That also then throws a system error. Make error codes. Probably this one. So I don't do this, then I also don't have no error. Or maybe I should just throw something that I can catch that means no error. So let's not throw a system error that is not an error. That's nonsense to begin with, I think. So I'm just going to throw here. Going to throw no error. Does it work like that? I think this is then thrown from the constructor of the application. This is, however, an error. I'll replace that with a throw alert. And here I am not knowing how to throw classes. Type or something with a class in front of it? Nah. Constructor thing? Build. TF8 string was not declared in the scope. That's my usage. TF8 string. Defined in utils. How boring. Yeah, I need this quite often. But it's kind of a hack, as you can see from the reinterpret cast. What shall we do? not catching it. It does print 0.0, which is not correct. And you're not catching the no error. Still not catching it. How is that possible? Or am I interpreting this wrong? Terminate cold. But why would you do that? After throwing an instance of no error. Oh, never mind. Yeah. It's the wrong place to catch it. Haha. This thing is throwing it. Yeah, well, we'll have to do it like that then. Try everything. Catch. Okay, we need to create at least one thread. Because the thread was created before. What? Why would the thread will be created before I'm parsing my command line parameters? We don't want that. I mean, the command line parameters might want to influence the number of threads we use, for example. So you should do first the command line parsing of the command line parameters, and then create the thread pool. Isn't that so? So yeah, the command line parameters are parsed here. And then we get thread pool change number of threads. Can we do that afterwards? After this? Try it like that. much better. But it prints 0.0, which is kind of silly because we have, well, version 0.1 here. And we have generated the file version.h, which contains, oops, 0.1. Encode version 0.1, that is, well, 0. Port with 1, clearly. So the encode version is 1. This should be equal to 1. So let's run this in the debugger. See where that goes wrong. I don't think this will work. It does not work. DB args build their source socket tip version still doesn't work. TDB is what? Which? Yeah, whatever. Jesus Christ, the thing quits immediately. I have to set a breakpoint. Or rather, the debugging mode is wrong. It should stop all threads, not just the current thread. Forgot again how to do that. That is so time wasting. Let's try setting a breakpoint here instead. Cannot insert breakpoint. Why? Nothing. Error in source. Target exec cannot support this command. Really? So you have to do a break main and then run it, and then you can do it. No sooner. Top set schedule mocking something. And then I have to put my breakpoint and in the same place as before, which I cannot remember anymore where that was. Probably, I can now just step through it like this. Next. Application, step. This is the base class. Can I do a finish here? Finish already. Yep. Apparently finish the same as continue. Was it off, on? On. Oops. Next step. Finish. That worked. Step. Next. Step. Next. Print argv. The arg version. Next. Is it equal to version? Yeah, I think so. Step. What? Finish. Step. What? Finish. Step. Yes. Step. Get the version. And apparently we don't get a 1 here for minor. Why not? Oh, I do, and the printing is wrong. I doubt that. So step in here. The encoded version is still 0 bit. Lame. So why is encoded version lame? It's 0. Well, it's the same thing in this case. It was never set. It would be set if this was called set application version. Oh, that should be called, yeah. Should be called, but it is called at the end of initialize. Haha. And we are currently here. So also that has to be done before we parse the command line parameters for quite obvious reasons. And I have a duplicate here. A duplicate. That's not the idea. So this is application, which does have an application info. Object, doesn't it? Yep, here. Which is what I really should be using here. And that should be said before we parse command line parameters. I don't think that can throw anything. Nah, shouldn't. Now we're talking. This prints application name is 0.1. However, application name should have been the application name and not application name. So it's still going wrong. Set application name, yeah, that's this underscore C thing is what we just printed. And what I have is an overloaded application name. So I have an application name function that calls, if you call application name, it is a virtual thing, but it is the default then. So if you call application name on application or a derived class that doesn't override it, then it will print the application info application name, which is what it does print. However, I have overridden this thing. And well, here the socket tab daemon. So this is overridden. And the usage was also extra, definitely virtual. Parse command line parameter also. So we want to call the application name virtual function on the application, which clearly is not happening when doing the command line parameter parsing. A version, print version. What is print version doing? Print version calls it on application info version, and then it uses application name on the info, which is then incorrect. It should be using application name of the application. And now we have it. Socket tab daemon 0.1. And what is the help doing? The help prints usage, application name, there we go again, help or version. So also the usage prints it wrong. Usage. I'm just gonna search for this. Oh wait, there, here it is already. Usage, UTF to string, application name, and that should be again of the current class. Yep, now I got the right name. Okay. Yeah, what do I really want? Sorry, Bilbo. I'm using Arch. You have not been here for 5 years. Dang. Mr. Digital. The boring stuff, checking what they changed. Added something in utils. What was it? I don't know anymore. Oh yeah. UTF-8 toString. And well, using throwing AI alerts now. And the implementation of parse command line parameters, which just looks for help and version, and then calls the appropriate virtual functions. Implementation thereof. And we got this to work. Help and version. It's almost a rewrite of the code. There was so much wrong with it. So this adds a socket tab daemon, I suppose. And we fix, well, we add the version and help or something. Must be, because that could never have worked before, is it? Or is it? Whatever. Git add, I still have to look at this actually. Cannot blindly add stuff. Now can we? Declaration, the implementation. Tip is derived from application, has the constructor, destructor. I don't think this is really necessary. I only have that here so I can forward declare classes that are pointed to by a standard unique pointer, which I don't have. Yeah, maybe someday we'll need to do stuff here, but I'll keep it. Yeah, this is very empty yet. So I should add an some command line parameter. But might as well start with already added it. Status commit. Yeah, that was added. Add socket daemon. Fix or add or. Call it implement version and help. Probably all new. Okay. Now I really have to think. So I'm starting Codex, and I want to know what the thread ID is. So we start, before we start Codex, I start this socket tab daemon, and that uses top project to find out where the socket is. Well, it runs host side. For example, that's where the socket lives. Yeah, that should basically always be working. Maybe I should just export, however. Export to project dir. I like that better. Project dir is really the more or less canonical thing that I define here. You think I can export this inside project environment? I think so. Print environment. So that is defined here. Project environment here. Zero project there is not set. Otherwise, I just export it. Export project there. And then I can add. This is used by socket tab daemon. That's why it has to be exported. And then we can try to make that work. So let's use a project here instead of the project. And it works. At least it didn't crash. Can we see where it listens? Yeah, here. So it did work. I'm only working on Codex so I will be able to use it by the time I have become senile. basically working on something that will support my memory. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. If I finish a sub-project, I don't know what I was working on before that. And I'm going to use this to remember that. For example, now I cannot remember what I wanted to do, which is ridiculous. When I was 20 or 30, don't happen. Now I just know what I was doing. We can leave this. You see, I have, let's remember that, project GitHub Codex. That has my Codex run file in it. This is being executed if I run Codex. It does already a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to go over it. But, well, at the end it starts command, where command is possibly Codex itself. Like here. Codex command is set to whatever Codex should be. And then I set command, command is set to this, start Codex. So what I'm really doing is I call start Codex. Maybe I should not be bothered in this file with starting a socket tip. Nah, no tabs here. Oops, start socket tabs here. Shit, oh, it's just a comment. It wants to be done here? Nah, I think that was just, you know, old comment. So we should have something here. So this is started as command, or this is started in the Codex environment. That is, it has its own networking namespace, and I only give it access to GitHub. For the rest, there is no networking. Well, you can look up the host. DNS is working. And it is completely separate from most of the system. Like, there is no access to my home directory. And there is no access to anything that it can write to. Except the workspace, what I call it. So one partition, which is basically the project dir. So for the current project that I'm working on, that is writable. Or is it actually? Well, it should be. Yeah, I think that that was the project dir is the workspace. Using the environment heavily, so repo root is now set to the root of the project. Build there set where we're going to build this thing. And Codex inside environment is set if this is Codex or if it is inside the container rather. Could also be me inside the container to test what Codex can do in C. So this may not be empty, otherwise, well, start Codex must be run inside the container. Now I have a test that S should be a bash function, otherwise something doesn't work. And then we run. I'm generating the agents.md file. I tried a lot of things, but unless you have your instructions right there in the very first agents.md file, it kind of ignores it. It just, I don't know, it's trained in a way that it only really takes instructions serious that are in agents.md. Which is really stupid, I think, but also tells a lot about the alignment of the AI with humanity. Okay, non-existent. During training, it was like it got electroshocked when it made mistakes 1,000,000 times. If it didn't do what was in the agents.md, try again. And now it just jerks immediately. Like, oh, it's in the agents.md, I must do this. But if you write in the agents.md, after this, read that file with, you know, also very important. Then does it ring a bell? It's like, oh, okay, I did read agents.md, and there I stop. I'm not going to read those files. Really weird. It's okay. Everything goes into here now. Then I run also make ctags. And then we execute Codex itself. But before I do this, I need to start the socket tab. So do that here or not. Yeah, well, I think so. Start the socket tab daemon. Oh, actually, big mistake. I can't do that here. The socket tab daemon must be run in the host environment. So yeah, this is wrong. And wherever I deleted that comment was the right place to start it. Shit. Where did I delete it from? No. Don't even have this in the repository. Well, anywhere is good, because as long as it's before this bwrap. You could do it here, after, whatever, or maybe before here. Okay, dev mode off. Start pseudo X server. Where is that even defined? It's a function. What to do? There we are. We need a command line parameter to pass the project there. And the thing needs to run in the background because I don't want this to hang. Or I can just add an ampersand here. I'll run it in the background like that. Will that work? Sure. Or maybe if it exits, I could just start it again immediately. Except if we do the cleanup here. Then I want it to terminate. But could add a restart command line parameter maybe. And then kill it with a user signal or just any signal. Sick int or something. Then there's the problem, however, that if it is already running with the same project here, well, the socket is the same as the project here. Well, it lives in the project here, so that wouldn't even bite each other. So if one is already running, then the next one that I try to run would not be able to open the socket because it's already in use. Then what to do? Then I could try to open the socket myself. See if there's actually someone listening on it. And we could write something to it to inform the already running socket. Or I could just kill it and take over, I guess. Probably better. Somehow it survived. Difficult. I'll have a daemon in the name. I think it should be able to go to the background itself. I don't want to do that here. Let's have a restart. And then maybe a foreground. If you use foreground, then it will not go to the background. Oi. This thing clearly eats only positional arguments. What? Even copied this one. Opt restart. There must be a test on argc as well. We have that somewhere here. I should probably just look for ++ index maybe. Nope. Oh, this one. It's optional. Yeah, well, that's not an option, so let's just throw. You can do this one. And it ends with index is I, return argv I. So yeah, in the end we increment and then we use that as an index to argv. And oh. Yeah, probably should also test that it is a directory and that it exists, and of course it does. Who cares? Yeah, I'm gonna use standard file system. How can we assign to a standard file system path from a standard string? assign would work. Can I just assign it with the operator? Append elements. Yeah, assign from another path or from a string type. 3. Replaces the contents with a new path value constructed from detected format source, which is left invalid but unspecified state. Equivalent to. So we can do this apparently. Although this is a character const pointer. It's not the same as a standard string. Let's see. Maybe not compiles. Well, if it is a file system path, I don't need to do the quotes here myself. And missing header. Throw alert. Tills AI. Hallo Ineserike Mindegil. I'm gonna explain what exactly or quickly. No, this is not possible to do that quickly. But yeah, no, in short, when starting Codex, I want to have a planner mode. So I'm going to implement something where I have two instances of ChatGPT. One that does planning and is not allowed to change my source code, and the other one is implementing the tasks that the other instance gives. And I'm going to keep a whole, I don't know yet, but a lot of administration in directories of the project. So the current project here is this is my project dir, and this is the project of the repo root. And in this directory, well, this is the repository. This directory is just local. And then in this directory, I'm going to make other directories, among which one per thread ID for the chat session that I have. So it's an UUID is that. So, and I changed Codex CLE to write all the comments, all the commands that it tries to execute to a socket. So now I'm writing a socket tab daemon that listens on that socket. And the Codex CLE also writes the thread ID to that socket. It's the very first message. So when I start Codex, it will start the socket tab now, which then listens on the socket, gets the thread ID, and then communicates the thread ID to, I don't know, the rest of my stuff, so that it knows that we are working in a certain directory. And I don't know exactly what I'm going to do for the rest, because it's pretty vague in my head what I exactly want. The last thing I did was adding command line parameters. So I can pass. So if I run Codex, I run this. It's just too much to mention. But among others, We're now calling start socket tab daemon, which is a bash function, which then runs. Well, it's not installed yet, so just run it from the project directory directly. And I'm going to tell it to restart and use that project directory. And not run in the foreground, otherwise we would hang here and Codex would never be started. So I could implement the restart, for example, because that's not implemented at all yet. So if I run this now from here with, I don't know, foobar, then it tells me that alert unknown argument foobar called. And then we core dump. Why? That's just a warning. No, okay, when it doesn't terminate, then what can I do? But if I use restart, then it just works because it knows what restart is. So we are entering socket tab daemon parse command line parameter restart. And this is the argv array. Apparently already shifted one. Because where is my project there? This is the thing that's passed, but the dash project there is not there. Kind of weird. It should be printed here, shouldn't it? What? Something is wrong there. No, but not wrong enough to fail. So I don't know. Oh, actually it is. No, I'm crazy. This is just the name of the executable. That's the first place. So I'm running this with that as the argument. Likewise, we can unpass project dir with it's not even a project here. What am I talking about? Project dir would be well, the project dir, right? That also runs. So now you see both the restart and the project dir, and it is stored. Project dir set to. So it stores it as well. Okay, let's implement the restart, because currently I have it that the socket tab daemon. Yeah, well, it's just running. We run here, but it's doing whatever the socket listing, the socket listen, socket tab listen socket is doing, which says disconnect. Disconnect if the client is disconnecting. I could just not do that. Restart. Why would I want to restart? Just keep running. No, I want to start from the. We want to start from the beginning, I think. Okay, so it is started, and then we stop listening, and when the only client that was accepted is disconnected, then we quit the whole application. But then I want to restart. So as a result of this quit, we return from application run. And then after that I want to do a restart. If restart is set. So I need an accessor for that option. Let's add that to the socket tab daemon, or is it? Or just this. header. Yeah. Need accessor for the restart thing. Accessors. I must say I'm pretty relaxed that for the not using Codex is so much better actually. I haven't been using it at all during this stream. And that is relaxed because that thing can't code. And now I just make progress, steady. Okay, so we have accessors. And then I'm going to return from application run, that is here. And then we want to restart, but restarting means really restarting. I hope it is sufficient to destroy every object and then recreate it. So I want to exit this, but then start at the top again. So we leave this, we leave it, we leave it, we leave this, and now it is destructed. But if it is destructed, then I don't know that I have to restart. So instead, we're just going to restart by default. And then if not, restart break. See if that test works, I mean. So let's run this, test this without restart. Now I have to connect to it. Well, I'll just use this. Git run. Oh, right. Yeah, running Codex now tries to start socket tab daemon, and it can't because well, actually, it's not what I expected. Construction for null is not valid. Do you have a null pointer? Yeah, what? I think we just have the resource. Yep. But I'm surprised it can open that socket. That's should not be a reusable socket. This is the same thing that this one's listening on. How in the world? Can there be two listeners here? There can. Oh, maybe it's allowing a reuse of the socket, so you can have multiple things. Yeah, well. Yeah, I have to think about it if I want it. Maybe implement a locking file somewhere. Say the same thing, but then with .lock. So we are sure that that doesn't happen. It's probably better than relying on the socket itself. Nevertheless, ignoring that one then. And this one doesn't return because it's not going to the background. Yeah, I should not start it like that then. So in Codex, I have to turn that off again. Let's not do this. No, you can't have an empty function. How lame. There we are. This should have written something. It didn't. Shocking. Damn it. Why is that not working? Maybe there's something to do that I temporarily had two listeners. Let's restart everything. Quit this. So I'm running this one without a restart, which means it should still quit. But then, of course, we must be able to connect. Yep, now we see something. Okay, so it connected. And now I disconnect here, the thing should just exit. And it did. And now we try the restart trick. Restart. So now, if we connect something, also connected. And if now I quit this, it should still run. It's still running. Yep. But it should really be restarted, as in. Oh, wait a minute. It's even it's restarting so drastically. It's even doing the command line parsing again, which I guess that's okay. Guess it's okay. Bit strange, isn't it? Bit strange. To restart would be like this, isn't it? Anyways, we can connect again, I suppose. Yep. Okay, so the restart works. Now, next is then the foreground thing. So if foreground is not set, we want to go to the background. And that means, I mean, you can and restart, right? So that's quite a thing, I think. How am I doing that? You gotta make the whole application go to the background and then still have this working. If you return, yeah, why not? I think you can just sneakily go to the background and the application itself wouldn't know. It does lose its terminal though, so we can't really write debug output anymore. If you go to the background, I should turn that off, but I can turn that off separately. Nevertheless, it would be nice if it just detected, like we constructed. We're not in the background here. Construct this. Now we know that we should run in the background, and then here switch to the background. And then still loop. But, and that's what I meant before, kind of feeling that I would rather jump back to, yeah, to this point maybe. Destruct the output stream, that might be safe. And then just go continue here. But that means that a reused socket tab daemon object should not get in the way of a full restart experience. So the kind of is the question then, does this thing need changing stuff? Well, no, because the only thing that it stores here are command line options, which just shouldn't change. And that's it, I think. And then of course the application itself has a thread pool. Well, we can keep reusing the same thread pool. That shouldn't never be a problem. Though we have an event loop. The event loop must be reconstructed. Oh. Is the event loop not destructed? No, it's not destructed then, of course. I'm not destructing the application. So we have the same thread pool and the same thread pool queue and the same event loop. Oh. Application info doesn't change. The UID should be set again. Actually, yeah, that is... that might change upon a restart. Definitely should change. Should be reset. Why do we need a restart at all? To be honest, do I need it? So I destruct this, it will bring down all threads, destruct everything, and then reconstruct it. doesn't seem really necessary. And the event loop. It's hardly anything. It looks for it. Event loop thread instance is initialized though. Event loop thread. The only problem I see is it means that if we had tasks, that would definitely be a problem. Those would just continue running while they were part of an old thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's better to just reconstruct the whole application like this. But yeah. We only need to go to the background once. Let's say during construction we go to the background, and then the second construction I don't want to go to the background again. That is problematic. That should work. So now it calls go to background only once, because then the running in background is already set. And it also only does it when the command line parameters don't have a foreground in it. So this should work. super happy with the implementation. I feel that is a better way. I mean, a better way would be that this looks simple and there are no ifs and no special cases and no variables, and it just works. But I can't think of how I could implement that. Plus I don't want to spend a month on this particular project, the socket tab daemon. Now I have to implement the go to background now on the application. Well, that can be just part of application itself, or shall I add it to the socket tab daemon? That's a daemon. That is the daemon. Let's add it here. Can be static, I suppose. What do you think? Will this AI do? Well, it's only implemented one function. It's going to look all over the place, waste 10 minutes, and then do a lot of things that it didn't ask. Also, it's completely ignoring my agents.md. Completely. It's just so annoying. Why is it reading sys.h? Maybe it is not ignoring agents.md. Agents.md says that every .cxx file must start with include sys.h. So it thinks, let's check that. Let's make sure that it is the case. Waste of time. What exactly do you mean, Tathalgatmani? What stack? I could have implemented it myself in the meantime, I think. I was just too lazy to, you know, look up if I have to do a fork and then test return value for 0 or not. But yeah, I agree. It is actually always a waste of time. So my fantasy here was I say implement it, and it would say, oh, you want to go to the background? 5 lines of code, done. We are already at 3 minutes. And it starts reading AI alert. Horrible. Yeah. The idea is then, and then pipe, and then that. Well, there is a lot of files that it can be reading here. If it starts to read absolutely everything involved. How many lines of code do I have? 60,000? Finally it says to look for what the user actually wanted. Well, I know that, you know that, but does your manager know it? Those managers who can't code wouldn't know, you know. They are being told that AI is as good as a PhD researcher at the moment. The lies in this world is unbelievable. But okay, they might just believe it. And they think, oh, you know, you are just afraid of AI. You are afraid to lose your job. But I will force you. I will make you use AI despite your irrational fears, or maybe not that irrational, because I will fire you if it turns out that the AI can do everything on its own. Yeah, I intend to split everything up in really tiny parts, and then extremely well formulated assignments, also generated by an AI then. And then, you know, if eventually it turns out that that way I can make it do some work that is correct, because it was just described so well. Yeah, this is really to cry, man. It started to read everything. It's not gonna stop reading this this project until it read every file, I think. I should just stop it. Okay, I have enough of this. Yeah, I scared it into using find symbol. There is no daemon symbol. Next you're gonna tell me that no, I don't know. I think it says that I'm mad. So suddenly here it is doing list search, you know, stuff, its own stuff. These are things that I tell it in the agents.md that it must use. But apparently it doesn't understand what GS is doing because that grabs the project source. There is no demonize in the project source. Maybe it exists on libc, I don't know. Shit, what is it doing, man? Maybe it doesn't understand what go to background even means or something. Okay, let's stop it again. Okay, it's more complicated than I thought, that is true. I didn't know a daemon existed here. Daemon exists. Feature test marker. Requirements, let's see. Daemon, no change there and no close. Oh yeah. I think I don't care about the current working directory. No close is 0, then we restrict standard input, standard output and standard error to dev null. So yeah, 0 would be good. If no change, no close is 0, it does redirect. No change there is 0, daemon changes the process current working directly to the root. Okay, 0, 0 is good. No objections there. Yeah, and I mean the daemon should not care, but I do have debug output. So I probably just should turn the debug output off, but I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to explain the AI how to do that. So it just has to write this, and then I'll fix the debug output thing. Okay, so use that. 2. What to do is cwd and standard that hello. That's see if this is the current working directory. That was just handled already. A. So here it recommends to go to the root and close everything, and here it recommends the exact opposite. Oh, recommended root. Nee, recommended / least surprising. Yeah, so it's the opposite of that. It recommends a random thing, if you ask me. Two lines of code and a header. So you see, this is what I asked for, and I thought it would take less than a minute. And then it started to do all this shit. God. Pretty bad. Okay, and now for the human work, I have to fix this. So I go to background, but I also want to stop writing debug output, or rather, I could redirect the debug output to a debug file, maybe. What do you think? Or to the syslog or something like that. So just begin with turning everything off. So for now, turn all debug output off. Debug. I think it's, let's see, WD off. Very drastic big switch. Libc W debug objects, I think. And otherwise I have to look it up, I don't know. It was good. So now you can turn that on again, or maybe I should test it first. Let's just test it here. So we have a background thing. Yeah, well, we turned here. If it's still running, it definitely went to the background. Grab socket tab. Totally still running here. Is there a minus F something going on here that I can see? Nope. God, I hate this. Why can I not combine F with something that just prints everything? Or at least that thing. Like everything of me. Is that you the user? Full user. Error. I guess I don't understand PS. F, extra full format. What does that format now have to do with the stuff that I want to print? Oh, this is also format. Okay. So list select by real user. Identical or minus is capital U. User list. TTY list. It's probably not in my TTY. Group list. Nope. I want to have it by user. Maybe I can just do. Yeah, the fuck you is pretty accurate actually. You, Carlo. Hey, awesome. Now we have to find it though. Socket tab, yeah. And I guess it's running with the parent ID 1, which is correct. Yay. Totally the parent PID. Yeah, so it runs in the background as expected. Now what? It's still running in the background actually. I must be able to kill it. Can I kill it? Probably just kill int. Kill all. Sick int. Socket dev daemon. I think it killed it. Okay, let's create this and then implement here, or actually run it again. Restart, no foreground and a project here. That's how we should do it, right? Now it goes to the background and then it restarts if we quit, so it keeps running. But the next time then I start the second one, which is not what I want. So, I don't know, maybe I should not use a restart here, but then why did I implement it? That's what I want. The thing runs in the background, so it's completely detached also from my, I don't know, whatever here, this bash shell. It's still, I needed to communicate stuff back to eventually scripts, I guess. How? I think oh, wait a minute. I think I was planning to set a symbolic link somewhere. So I could say make a symbolic link called current. And I make current point to the thread ID directory. And then everything else can just use current. And then I don't need socket tab anymore. Not really. Not after setting or changing the symbolic link. So yeah, if for the same project I run this again, but with a different thread ID, I still need socket tab daemon to change the current symbolic link then. So I can keep it running. Can totally keep it running. Maybe I should not even exit the application. Just wait for another connection, which means that I should not close the listen socket, however. Maybe, yeah, I think the whole restart is bullshit. There's no, I don't like a restart, you know. But most I want to have it I want it to keep running. So we have a listen socket and we have the real socket. If Codex is disconnecting, then that client socket disappears. But then we might still have the listen socket, and that means that it just keeps working. It will just accept a new client. So one option is close the listen socket upon the first client, or not. What is a good name for the command line parameter for that? Keep it short, just close listen or something. Keep listen. One client. Yeah, I don't want two clients at the same time. But I can, I mean, maybe it's just nonsense to even want that, but well, why not? But I want to be able to either close the listen socket or keep the listen socket open. That's a minor thing to do. So what shall I call the command line option that switches between keeping the listen socket open and not keep it, stop listening after the first client connects? I can ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I think single client is not good, because that could also mean accept a new client as soon as the first one leaves, or even more if a new client connects and I'll just drop the old client. Also a possibility. Yeah, I could put a limit on the number of connections, that is true. But that, again, that means then, I could just drop a connection if a new one connects. or if the old one disconnects, I can accept again. So that would also, that this does not mean that the listen socket is closed. Single connection is kind of the same thing as max connections is one shot. Maybe listen once, I don't know. I like the top one the best. What do you think? Does I got the money? What is? Are you at the end of the stream? So I'm typing in. Are you lagged? If so, you can drag the horizontal bar to the right. Okay, I'm going to hit enter on that question. Are you lagged? Right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is already too much. So how much time is in between that you saw that message appear and that you heard me say now? Because I feel that our conversation is going a little bit difficult. Man, I think you're behind like 2 minutes. 20 seconds. And if you drag it to the right, just go to the end of the stream. Does that not help? Because if you look the other way, then immediately, you know, you're lagging. Sometimes you just need to catch up, as it were. So my question still stands. Accept once or one shot? I think one shot is also not bad. Okay, I'm gonna go for one shot. So that's the opposite of restart. Implement. Oh, why everything looks like the same. This is the one. So we don't have a restart anymore. I now have a one shot. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just doing my thing, but well, sometimes people learn from it. That's good. Okay, so if one shot is set, then well, you just exit. You start unless one shot was given. However, I think there's something else now, because well, you still have to leave run, of course, which means that quit must be run, called. So if that is called and run is finished, which happens here. That is on disconnect. And I do no longer want to do this if it is not one shot. You don't want to quit at all. No. I think that quitting, I'm not restarting anymore. So the test was actually incorrect. I should here test if application instance one shot. Then we do this. Then I do on disconnect and quit. And yeah, there's absolutely no reason to not just exit here, because I shouldn't even have a restart loop anymore. So the break will always be done, basically. Also, now we don't restart. I don't need this anymore. We just go to the background or not. In fact, now I can do the background inside the decoding, because it is no longer necessary to do it here. Yay! This definitely was the best thing to do. Now it looks simple again. So the application go to background must be called if during the decoding of the command line parameters I don't see a foreground. Well, how do we do that? So I need an after thing. This is being called until we return false or not? It's being called until return false. No, it just, if we return false, it just means that there was an argument that we can't decode. But if there are no longer any arguments, then we're just not being called. I need a callback that happens after all command lines have been parsed, I think. Or we need to do that in the initialize. In other words, after, I'll lose my mouse thingy, but okay, it was go to background, that is be called. So after the last call to that function, and that is being called from here, we just run over all arguments, and then, well, we end up here. And then we go back to where whoever was calling this, which is being called from here to, that is initialize, so then eventually we'll return from initialize, I guess. Yeah, oh, okay. initialize. No, that's a lot, but it is being called from here. So, okay, so we are in the socket tab daemon, and then after initialize, after application initialize, we know if we have to go to the background. So we can just do if seriously, what's it called? Foreground. Foreground. Oh, what the hell? Opt. I keep doing it. Opt foreground. And we are in the constructor, so I can just read this directly. So if it was not a foreground given, then go to background, which is a member function of the base class. So we can just call that as well here. So again, no member one short. It doesn't. Application instance. No, it doesn't. Well, that's a good one. I think the most straightforward thing would be to just try to get the socket top daemon instance. Which doesn't have an instance, unfortunately, but we can add one. So get application instance. That must be static. Application daemon reference instance. Static cast this. Yeah, I don't have this pointer. Static cast application instance. Because you can static cast from base class to the derived class. It will believe you. It better be correct though, but it is correct in this case. Like the only application that we have is the base class of that, so we can always cast this. Always correct. No return. Well, you should return that. You can cast all you want, but if you don't return it. Yay! Okay, what was I testing now? Okay, so calling it with one shot now, then that means that it should exit. Again. Yeah, it's hardly worth testing, I think, but let's test it anyway. So run Codex, and then it should have started the socket daemon, and that should run in the background. PSAUX grep socket tab daemon. That doesn't look good. I think we have a breps, only breps. Oh yeah, it runs here. Let's filter out the breps. Grep -v brep. So yeah, and it's totally not clear if it runs in the background or not, because I don't see the parent process ID. Why? Not that again. Yeah, let's just see if it disappears if I quit this. It's still running. Argh. That's what I want, maybe. It's running. It is in actually backgrounded. So my one shot didn't work. With one shot, I don't want it to go to the background. Did I make a stupid mistake? Grab sources, which by the way is this. Just a grab of for some regular expression over all source files of the project, which is defined here. S is an bash function defined here, which is called PRS, which is just an ls of all the interesting files. As a side note. So I'm doing grep sources for what? Go to background. If not opt foreground, go to background. Looks good. So this is not being set correctly then. Looks also good. Except that it is for count without an R. That doesn't look good. Foreground, is that good? It still looks weird actually. What are they using? One shot. Wait a minute, what does one shot have to do with foreground? Nothing. It should be running in the background. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Nevertheless, it was an error. Okay, here it is. No, it's not. Well, that's per definition what it is. Foreground one word, because now I don't know anymore. Of course it's one word. If it exists, it's one word. Foreground. Okay. Well, one shot then. I was passing one shot, or I was not passing one shot. I am passing one minus shot. One minus shot, and that sets opt one shot to true. That should totally be working. This should be set to true. And then one shot will return true. Because it is true, we should have called on disconnect. That did not happen, I think. That is weird. If I run it in the foreground, I can at least see the debug output, which probably will help. Oh, but that can't work because the Codex is never started. Okay, let's not do this at all then. I'll just run it from here. Okay, that again. Stupid. Okay, it did connect, and I have one shot set. Did it call? Yeah, it did call on disconnect, so it should totally disconnect. It did. But that then should also work if it runs in the background. Shouldn't it? So if we don't do this, we run that instead, not in the foreground, it should still terminate. Oh, the thing was already running. It's an old one. Kill all PID. No, nothing is running. That's better. Codex again. And I was testing it with this. Now there's something running with one shot. So if we do quit here, then it is no longer running. And it is still running. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Still running. Maybe the problem is that nobody connected in the first place, so it can also not see the disconnect then. And that could be because the daemon switches it to the root directory, and that might cause it to lose the environment. In other words, it will run from here, which is necessary because I need the environment. I'm not sure I still have debug output here, but let's try that out. Nope, no debug output, not useful. Now we have two running. I think it's time to go to bed. I'll fix this tomorrow. Probably need to implement logging to a log file for the background thing, because, well, I need debug output view before I can fix it. It's really weird. Why would someone want to give away their bishop pair this early in the game? I don't understand this opening. I'm gonna attack this. That's pretty weak already. Maybe we should have a knight here. Interesting. I cannot play the knight like this, and I play the knight there, and he might play the bishop back. It's not that much of a problem, but I don't know. Do this. Is he going to attack it again? Knight here. So actually I hard to defend. Sort of. My opponent left the game. Why is that? I will claim, because if you make me wait a full minute, the guy is back. You can defend it like this, which is kind of a sad thing, but I try to hang on to my pawn. I got rid of my double pawn, yay. Just push upon. Then he goes there and then nothing. I attack it and it has to go again. Probably should cancel though. Very soon. Yep, can put the knight back and then the rook here. Or not. Or maybe anyway. That is defended twice, but cannot move my knight. That's not very nice. I do this, that one is not defended. I do this, okay. Abandon the idea of a rook on the d file. I'm just gonna push this one. It's even easier because the knight is eyeing that one and this one is not. If I do this, he takes a take back of the rook. Or, I don't know, I want to get rid of my weak pawns. He's gone shopping again. This guy is really addicted to cigarettes. But yeah, now we know that he does lose his connection. Maybe it's sitting in a train or something. Can I still claim then? If he does not return? Can wait another minute. Definitely threatening to take the knight there. Well, I think I ought to win this game, because how can he ever win this with a connection like that? It's a matter of honor. I think I can do this. Knight is a free knight. Push, I just take it. Could take here, then this is a gun. But okay, I take back like that. Then the knight can still not move because the bishop. Oh wait a minute, it can move? No, I don't know. I just do it. I just do it. It's my wing, damn it. This knight there. Everything is so strong. How can I lose this? Attack 3 times, defend 3 times also. Yeah, take like that because he's gonna take my pawn. He's gonna push the pawn. Whoa. Surprising. Not awesome. To go there. Yeah, I would leave the game as well with a position like this. Crying to his mother. Or it's still bad connection, of course. But I'm gonna opt for 1. Welcome back. What is this button doing? I have no idea. He's resigning. Yeah, well, nice for this guy to resign. I didn't enjoy this game at all. Let's play Sicilian. Yeah, this and then this. Or not. Could also do this. I take out the king. Check. I have to go back, but my bishop is defended. And I win a piece. So I can just do it. However, not really a threat until I have that knight there. Oh, look at that. Oops, I missed that one. Totally missed that one. Damn it. I thought I was winning the bishop pair. What you gonna do? I could take it. I can take it. If it was my turn, I would take it. But it's not my turn. So what is he gonna do? If he would push that one, that seems to lose a pawn as well. 3 against 2. Defend that? No. Well, with a queen, I guess, but... yeah, okay. I suppose he's gonna do it with the queen, or it just takes here. Also a possibility. It's not a bad possibility at all. I think he's gonna take here. Take back with the knight. Of course I take back with the knight. This pawn must stay in the center. Threatening to win the bishop pair anyhow now. Am I threatening to push this one? No, because then I push that one. That would be silly. Definitely do not want to do that. Oh, what is happening here? Well, I'll take it, of course. Oh, that. Not a bad move, man. So he's gonna take here, and then I take back with a knight, and then I have lots of dark squares. This can be chased away. I can go back, and then put my knight here, maybe. This doesn't make much sense. I have to go away, I'm afraid. Don't want to be on this diagonal, really. So I have 2 options. Let's go here. The dark square option. And still I didn't castle. And never to be castled again. The end of all castling. Unless I play my knight here, of course. But that I would lose this pawn, and the rook is coming. Oh, this is a good move. This is a very good move. Not really threatening to castle here, because then he just takes here, and I take back, and I lose that pawn. That knight should go there. I don't have time for that though. I can play my queen here, maybe. Definitely this rook comes here. It's not coming there, okay. I think I want to go there with the knight, right? Definitely, but I can't, because he just takes my pawn. Argh. Well, in that case I have to go here. And then I can't defend my pawn anymore. Well, he could have put the rook there. And then I would have taken that, and then this was... no, I could still... yeah, it was undefendable. Rook here, and then this pawn comes, and he would win the pawn. But he might still win the pawn anyway, because it's very hard to defend. Let's start piling up rooks behind the pawn. That's the sign of that you will lose, I think. Sign of losing. Rook should be open files. Go to open files. And still I want to have my knight there. Is that even possible? Would be 3 moves. Could go there, there. You couldn't do that, I just take it. Okay, let's go here. Fortunately, I'm waiting on time. Oh, is that possible? I guess it is. You might threaten to push this pawn. I can play the knight over here. Can stay on this line anyway. I don't feel like pushing the pawn much. But it is the best defense against this danger here. Those weak squares are not that weak. He doesn't have any knights anymore. Could put a bishop there. Well, I just take it. Maybe this is not weak. Queen could go there. Nah, not really. Just push it twice. Stay on white. See, that was not doing anything. Now, let's finish my plan. I can even go via this square now. There's a thread there. Oh, very good. I like this. And he is running out of time, so I can put my rook here. Take that one twice. And he gives away the queen. Nou ja. Time pressure. Also not very much fun. Oh, one rematch. New opponent. Oh, the B3 middle finger. Well, I have a middle finger here. How about that one? Not impressed. Okay. I am hesitating to check towards the center though. Just a tiny little bit. What happens then? He plays this pawn too, for example. Well, I can't take back in that case. Well, let's take a look at this. Still a pawn up. And now I want to castle what way, you said? Well, short, because that's the quickest. This is going nowhere, and I mean nowhere. Why is he putting a knight there on the edge? He just want to be proven that stuff like that is not possible, I think. I'm blocking this pawn and therefore blocking this bishop. But I'm also blocking the knight. Now maybe I should have let it come. Okay, let's castle. No, let's first play this actually. Then the bishop can go here. If I would go there, I would have made a fool of myself, because first I played it here and then back. But this isn't as bad. And well, now I'm too late to push this pawn, because that pawn is attacked. I have to defend it. On the other hand, he can't push this pawn, exactly the same reason. So he can go here and then win one tempo on the rook. Oopsie oopsie, because now I can do this and my pawn is defended again. He had not seen that one coming. Mishra, is that a he or she? Oh, well, that's true. So we do this, and he can, well, he can take my pawn, but then take the queen. So no. Let's just do this. Go away. Now I threaten to go there, and I will stop it. You cannot go there. Not allowed. Should I go here or here? Here, of course. Same line as the king. Well, that's interesting. He's threatened to take my pawn. I'm just gonna take it, I think. He's friendly trying to take like that. Oh. Feel like castling long by now, I have to say. Let the bad bishop be bad. No, I can castle short. I can excellently castle short. See, I castle short. It was just possible. That's where I wanted to put my queen, but no longer. Oh, I can put my queen here. Why not? And then where's that queen going? Inside my fortress here? That was a pretty good move. Okay, suppose I go here. We can take there if he goes here, because that's not threatening anything. Let's do this. The queen does not want to be exchanged. Could go back here or there. And then I'll be kicked out. No, not like that, because I just take. So if the queen goes here, and maybe f3 is a threat. But I can put a rook behind it. Then f3 is no longer a threat. Okay, goodbye. Now I want to get my knight here, maybe, and then he just pushes that, of course. Where do I want my bishop? That's fiddly. I have no bishop. Well, you can't really say that it is a... Okay, this is the open file. I go there. Oh, but how can I connect my rooks? But still. Okay, that's going nowhere. Or maybe he wants to push this pawn. Or do I care? I can just go in advance here, because that thing had to move anyway. And he goes there. Okay, I don't know where he's going. I have no clue where he's going. I think I want to have my king here, a rook here, and then a rook there, and then the bishop. The bishop is still bad as hell. That was not doing anything. I just go back. What do I want to have my... Well, actually, I want to go here, there, and there. And then he plays this. I want to double my rooks. Oh, too late. No, I can double the rooks after I move back. It's not stopping me from going here. That is a preemptive move, as they say. Yeah, but now it looks a bit like a drawish. Same pawn structure, same pieces. And black completely dominates the open file. Or does he? No, not really. You can just put the rook here. Exchange it, put the other rook here. And then I am the one with the bad bishop. If I was white, I would totally, yeah, do that. So I have to get rid of my pawns. Make this one better. Well, it's not going to be easy. Take. That's not a problem. Let's prepare pushing this one. Although I'm not sure if that is doing much, to be honest. So I can push it. He takes the double pawn, of course. I take. He takes again. I take again. And then there is a little chance that I can push this pawn as well. Or is that just a little chance? Because you can't stop it with that. This is not helping me. I could get rid of this. Also not really. Push this pawn. You could push it, but that's not bad for me. Let's begin with that. So push, and then that one's attacked twice. Shit. Yeah, okay. Push, take. Then he cannot push this because I just take it. Let's try this. Let's try it. Threaten to take here, maybe, or as long as you, if you can call that a threat. I think G3 is the best defense here. Maybe I can push though then. And he kind of has to take it. Wait a minute. Take. Yeah, that would work. Not sure if pushing is a threat though. Actually, I think taking is still the best option. But my knight is doing nothing. I would like to attack that. Also, doesn't make much sense, does it? To go here though. Bring the king forward first. Check. I'm going to give check. Is that any? Does it make sense? And then break here, maybe. Except I can't break here. Actually, I can break here. This is a weak pawn. No, it is a weak pawn. Look at that. And now I'm trying to go here and exchange all the pieces and win this pawn and promote. I can still do that. I want to get rid of those pieces. Well, all pieces. I'm not losing the knight. But now this one is weak. So if we go here, we're definitely going to take my bishop, right? Or the king must go running back. King is not going to run back. He takes, otherwise I take that one. And then everything is off the board. Okay, well then I take it. It's definitely a why not move. And then I go here, check, defending this one. And then I attack that, and he can't defend it. I'm so winning here, it's unbelievable. Ah, even gives up. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Catch later on, and I keep winning. Good night.